Looks like we got plenty of donuts over there. Um, and obviously we have leftover snacks, and so feel free to take any. Okay, we'll probably start a little bit late. I think people are just starting to get in, but remember, Bison is in the lecture hall, and then Scissortail is up here. Let's do a Q&A for the hour. Yep.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started here. This is just for Scissortail. So this would be if you have a high school 9 through 12, from 1 student to 499 students, you're going to be in Scissortail division. If you have 500 or more, you should be downstairs in the lecture hall for the Bison division. If you're middle school, it's whichever the high school that you feed into, whichever one they fall in, is where your middle school Coyote. If you are feeding into Scissortail, and you are middle school Rattlesnake if you feed into a Bison school. So trying to keep that kind of cleaned up and understood. But so we do have some games where we run them together combined, and we'll touch on those too, where there is no class division split. That's going to be stuff like iRacing and stuff, and we'll go through those here in a minute as well. So, based on our feedback, the survey that we ran out to everyone, it was like 95% on board with, instead of running two separate fall and spring seasons, to do one extended year-long season, because apparently everybody in small schools had the same problem in this back half of spring, with kids playing baseball, kids playing involved in other activities, golf and different things, that where kids were unavailable a lot. And so the goal was to do, based on that feedback, to do one extended year-long season for some titles. Then we'll have a couple in each fall and spring virtual titles to kind of keep those, to have a couple offerings in the fall, a couple offerings in spring. And of course, we have like the OSSA package. Basically, there, if it's offered in OSSA for Scissortail, we're not offering it in Scissortail because it's already we have an offering for it at least. So here are the extended year-long core titles for Scissortail. In college, they run the Fortnite elimination race, which is 2v2s, and then you have your builds and no builds. And we ran those this last year. Everybody, those were when we ran the game on that same survey about the extended year-long season. We had some game choices, and both Fortnite elimination races were like at the top. And so, and everybody seems to be like, I want builds or I want no builds. And so we're going to offer both. But those were the two most popular choices. Then we're going to run Rainbow Six Siege, Overwatch, Marvel Rivals, and Halo. And then on the OSS, do we have the? Okay, well we'll do the OSSA because I think it's in a different section. It's on a different tab. So in the fall, as well, you will have with the OSSA, we'll have the Smash Bros. We'll have 4v4 Mario Kart, and then we'll have the Madden in the fall. And then in the spring, we'll have Rocket League Trios, Splatoon, and then to be determined. They're ironing out the last game title, and I can't remember if you mentioned it or not, but they're down to Marvel Rivals and Pokemon Unite, I think is what, with the play versus and OSSA are if the OSSA gets approval to run Marvel Rivals, that's their goal. But we don't know that. And so we wanted to make sure in our offering we had Marvel Rivals because it is a popular title for OKSE. So there could be a chance that it's going to be offered twice, but at least our OKSE season will be wrapping up as that one's getting started. So if that happens. Okay, so going back to Scissortail here. So on these Wednesdays, this is actually part of the combined offering. There is no Bison Scissortail deal on the Wednesdays. We alternate, so we'll have iRacing and we'll have Apex, and those kind of alternate on different Wednesdays during the fall, well, and the spring, because so in the fall for Apex, it's going to be our state offering. And then in the spring on Wednesdays, the Apex will be the national offering. And then on iRacing in the fall, it'll be NASCAR. And then in the spring, iRacing will be Formula One racing. So the virtual offerings, I said we're going to have a fall and a spring for a couple of titles. So in the fall, we will do Rocket League duos and then Pokemon Champions. So the fall on that will have a virtual. So virtual is different than the core. The core, we kind of want all the students at a single site with the coach and all of that for Scissortail. And but the virtual offers a lot more flexibility, so kids can play from home. As long as they're in communication somehow through Parent Square or whatever you might use, because you're gonna have to like tell them, how to get the match going and all that. But also with the new platform, there'll be a little bit more easier communication, except for the students won't be able to contribute to the communication on the platform. But we'll run those two titles, and there'll be a fall championship, and it's all virtual, is nothing in person. So those will just be played either from home or from your school site. And then in the fall, we'll do the monthly in-person Smash Bros. That's the solos. So it'll be 1v1s, kind of like we've done forever on that. And that'll be for middle school and high school. And then, so what we've always done on the Smash, for those that are new, there is a class division split, but that only occurs at state. So each month, 1 day a month, we go in person. There's regional sites so that nobody's having to drive too far. We'll have one in Northwest, one in Southwest, one in Southeast, one in Northeast, and one centrally located. And so you can pick and choose. 1 month you might go to Northwest, 1 month you might go to Northeast. It's up to you on where you go. So you can go around to different ones if you so choose, or go to the same site. Well, each region's going to have probably different sites at each month, but you can pick and choose where you go. And then you might be facing a Bison school at that regional monthly in person. But then when it comes time and you collect points based on wins, losses, and at the end of the season, before the state, we tally points and we'll take, I think, like top 32 for each or something like that. And then at state, you'll only be in a scissor tail bracket at that point, so we can get a true scissor tail state champion. There is going to be an offering, waiting on all of the exact dates at Altus Wreck the Halls. This will be the Call of Duty and Valorant offering for Scissortail. Tyler Gray down there heads that up, and he's also the Call of Duty coach at SWASU, I think so. But he always does a great job at his event down there. And we're going to have a specific Scissortail bracket offering for these two titles. So it'll just be small schools getting to compete for those, and not necessarily have to be luck of the draw and who you get to draw against a bigger school or whatever. So we'll have that as our offering for those two titles. Just due to, on our survey, the demand it isn't, for some reason, in small schools isn't as high as it has been before even, but we still wanted to offer those because they are collegiate titles. So the spring, the two virtual titles, chess and NBA 2K. And again, those will just be in the spring after Christmas break. And we'll have a championship. I think it's in April for those two titles. And then the monthly in person after Christmas break transitions over to the duels like we did this past spring. And then same deal, you're going to be playing mixed brackets each month, and then we'll split off to class divisions for the state on those. And then we have the Super Bit Wars, kind of like the Altus Wreck the Halls event. Ricky, who was here yesterday, runs the Super Bit Wars event, and we'll have some fighting game offerings there for those as well. So that should cover the different games that will be offered. And that includes the combined ties. Also, it wasn't on there, but Bison runs the LAN events for Overwatch and Marvel Rivals, and those are in-person sites, and you're obviously welcome to participate in any of those. Also, if there's a game title that Bison is offering that Scissortail is not, you can join up in that title and play with Bison schools if they're offering something that we're not, and you have kids that are interested in that. Feel free to hop in with them on those offerings.
I will say on the Bison ones, it is a little bit different than Scissortail because most of ours are end of month.
Yes.
And Bison will do weekly matches. So if you do decide to play up, just know that the schedules will look a little bit different.
Yeah. The problem that Scissortail has that Bison doesn't is we share kids with the same kids seem to be involved in a lot of things. Even the kids that aren't involved in sports, they might be involved in band, and they're going to be on for some things for there, and so they're not available every day to do weekly events. Okay, so The calendar, the game list is on the OKSE.org website. These calendars are on the OKSE.org website. But real quick, just kind of going through that. So we'll have a registration deadline by August 31st. And then the first end of month Saturday, so is September 26th. So what we do in Scissortail is we have end of month with flex. So the last Saturday of the month is the default competition day, but you and your opponent have the flexibility to communicate with each other. Say, hey, are you available? Tuesday after school or last hour, whatever you guys work out. You're more than welcome to play those games at any point during the month. Then you just put in your results. Any game that you the schedule didn't work out for y'all to play it early, or maybe you could but your opponent couldn't. Any match that's not played, you have to complete it at the end of month Saturday. And with that being the default competition day, if you don't show up that day, that's when you're going to be the one that has to forfeit. Even though you were available all month long, the end of month is the default date. So if you're not there that day, then it's a forfeit. And I told everybody yesterday, we're working on with FinWorks. They're going to make two different categories for forfeit: a forfeit no show or a forfeit with communication. And so if you have been communicating saying we're not going to be available that end of month Saturday because all my kids are going to be gone for this band event, then you will not be penalized for that inability to play. The only time there should be a penalty applied is when it's that Saturday, your opponent has all their kids there because they knew they had a match and you never communicated that you're unavailable and they can't get a hold of you. And all these kids took the time to show up to play their match. And you should be penalized for that. If you just communicate, I can't emphasize communication enough. If we communicate, then there should be no issue of feeling somebody sitting there not getting to play their match.
With that, if you schedule a match for Tuesday the 14th at 4:00 and you don't show up, that would also be a penalized forfeit because you set that date to be there and you didn't communicate that you weren't going to be there at that time.
When both coaches agree to a new time and date, that becomes the new default match date. Yes. Yeah, if you're there and they have never told you they're not going to be there and you can't get a hold of them, you text them or whatever, or you're in the match chat saying we're ready and they do not respond, they get a -10 penalty. And after 3 of those, they're done. They're not going to even get scheduled at that point. Yeah. What school are you with? Gracemont. Yeah, I don't know that situation, but if they weren't there at the window of that game, then yeah, no, you shouldn't have had to forfeit. So
Especially if they said they weren't going to be there.
yeah. So let me know if that happens again because that's not the case. It shouldn't be the case anyway. So yeah. If you guys can reschedule, then yeah, you're good. Yeah. Again, communication on that,
I would say for the most part, like most of our coaches are very willing to work with you, reschedule. And if you made that attempt to reschedule, you might have to take the loss if they can't reschedule it later on the line, but you wouldn't be the -10 points.
Right. Yeah. Any other questions on match schedules and games on that? So yeah, just some notes here as you look at the calendar. Like most of these are always going to be on that last Saturday of the month for the end of months, but like November there because of Thanksgiving, it's a week early. We Luke went ahead and put the yellow highlighted note there just to bring attention, so you don't just to call attention to that. It's going to be early. I think it's also that way. Was it February? December's December. That's Apex. Yeah. February is that way as well. Just noting that it's at the middle of the month and instead of at the end of the month because of scheduling conflicts. So yeah, because we're starting on that what would be the last of the month. I guess we got to get the playoffs in because of schedule conflicts. So that's why February is going to be kind of in the middle there. So what we're looking at down here at the bottom, the state championship is, well, first off, playoffs would be February 23rd and 24th. Those will be during the school day and then regional playoffs. That's like we've been doing. We have northwest, southwest, northeast, southeast site that you go to for playoffs, unless there's some circumstance preventing a site. Then I think like Southwest had spring and they were virtual. Yeah.
Essentially, we're just knocking out where instead of having a state in the fall and spring, now it's just a long season. We have one.
Right. Yeah.
Other than that, really no change.
No change. It's just one set of core title playoffs in the state now, and that is March 23rd is the state championship. And so our goal was to kind of sneak it in there right as basketball state ended and right before baseball really gets heavy. So trying to find that right in the middle spot was really difficult because we also are juggling spring break right there. So that's the Tuesday right after everybody's spring break. And so hopefully that works out for everyone. And that's the goal. We don't have a site set for that yet, but the goal is to find something centrally located. And so we'll be working on finding that solution. So, but yeah, just be sure to go through the calendar, start getting those dates down, and prepping for that. Anything else are there any questions at all, even outside of schedules or calendars or anything like that? Sure. All the national title offerings are kind of through Caden, so I would ask him on that. He's kind of managing all of that. Oh. I haven't heard a lot of interest. I've got yeah.
I don't even think any of mine have even said the word, so I don't even know that they know it exists.
It's invite. That's why it's so big. It's invite.
I spent plenty of time in it. It's just I was curious if it was circulating around the state at all.
I have no.
Yeah, they got street brawl.
Yeah, it's very different. It's just a different format to make it go faster. Even at the collegiate level, they're not even talking about that much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still in an alpha stage.
That's what he was saying in my ear. He said it's invite only.
So possibly next year.
And that's the one. And that's one thing that, like, I'll emphasize too. Like, with the one single extended season, we have time in December, April, May. Like if somebody wanted to head up a special event and just run not necessarily a season, but if you wanted to just do a deadlock tournament or whatever it might be, go for it. We'll yeah. And I would actually like to go to that. And that's the goal too. Like, if we have more time in December and we have more time at the end of the school year, at end of March, April, May, you know, host an event. If you wanted to run a Rocket League event and invite schools over, if you wanted to run, you will have your Otoko Invitational, run it, and then now we might have more schools be able to do it because they have more free time, and that's the goal. Because what I've noticed is the best way to generate admin buy-in is to have something on your campus bringing kids in, and they can come by and see, like, oh wow, we have all these. Here we are at Laverne, and we have Bixby coming to Laverne for an event. You don't see that in football or any other sport. So I think it just kind of like, oh wow, it's yes, like yeah, like you said, like if you want to host something, somebody else in your area has already hosted, maybe, or they've been to enough events that, hey, I'll help you run this event at your place. So for sure. Do what? Freshman would be high school, 9 through 12. So you can have a student in middle school play up to high school, but you cannot have a high school kid play down to middle school. On the website, like all the presentations and stuff, yeah, we'll get all those rounded up and get those on the website. And also right now on this room is being streamed on YouTube, OKSE's YouTube channel, and the lecture hall downstairs is being live streamed on Laverne School's YouTube channel. And in the esports room, Bixby Esports YouTube channel is going to have those all streamed. So every room should be live streamed so that you can go back and watch if there's a session going on at the same time you're in another one and you wanted to go back and watch, you should be able to do so. Yeah. Oh, that would be a match straight. That may have been the one. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't have anything to do with that stream. So I don't know. I haven't gone back and looked at it. No, you're good. That would be a question for Tyler, who just stepped out for a parent meeting, because I don't compete in Rainbow Six at all. Brock, do you? Yeah.
It's a vault prompt glitch, just like I was on Emerald. Definitely can't use that. Yeah. When they redid all the geometry, they broke a bunch of objects. We can get inside without breaking them. And you just use vault prompts. Like they revoke how back you get back on the semi now. So a few maps that are broken again. But they're all canceled in Pro Circuit, so if they're canceled in Pro Circuit, I don't think we'll be able to use them in our circuit.
Any other questions for Scissortail or esports in general, or There's a lot of experienced people here in this room even that can help.
Something like new, I don't really know what it means for the OSSA. What is the difference between why it's separated?
So OSSA wants to be involved in esports. They want to provide opportunities for students. They started after OESL, OKSC. They started their own thing with Play Versus, and at first they were charging bukus of money. Then Play Versus had to kind of go through a restructuring phase after all the bad feedback. Then it went free, and so then more schools kind of came on board because it's a free offering to get started in esports. They only run 3 titles a semester. And last December, we signed a partnership agreement to be a part of that OSSA Play Versus partnership just for those 3 titles, because they were offering it, and even though it was free, there were only about 20 schools participating. So they weren't getting the numbers. And so they were seeing, well, they were offering this game with 20 schools participating, and they were seeing OKSC was offering the same game title, and we would have 5 times the numbers. So they partnered with us so that we can help boost their numbers. And there are some schools within that they had the population that they had that their admin said you can only participate if it's OSSAA. So we found a mutual benefit to partner together. We can help them with their numbers. We can also gain access to these schools who could only be a part of it if it had the OSSAA name on it. So that's kind of how the partnership happened. Now Play Versus is back to the old. They ran into financial problems from all the free offering that they got into. They are investors want a return on their money. That's basically where it's at. So, and they don't have any money. So now they're wanting to start charging $600 for every school again. And so the whole mission of OSSAA is to offer esports for free to provide opportunities to students. So now Play Versus no longer aligns with that, providing esports for free. But this next year, so when they signed their last contract agreement, it was a 3-year contract. And so this coming school year is year 3 of that agreement. And according to the contract, the schools can't be charged. But so this will be the final year of OSSAA and Play Versus. OSSAA being on Play Versus, unless Play Versus miraculously does something, but every single state organization, nobody else is getting that needle to move. They're charging $600 per school. So Texas, New York, Tennessee, Nebraska, all these states are no longer going to be on Play Versus because their contract was up, and they're wanting to charge the $600 for every school. So everybody's trying to pivot and find a different platform offering. But again, this is the last year that Play Versus has to provide it for free. The what's going to happen in the future? So that contract is up in 1 year from now, next May. OSSAA is going to transition to be on the OKSE platform. So, like if you were on, yesterday, whenever he was demonstrating the FinWorks, you saw the OSSAA OKSE offering. That was when we were because when we got on the platform, we were showing OSSAA what it would look like. So we already had that season built. That it will be what OSSAA will be on our platform. Like every other game offering we have, it'll just kind of be its own season. So that's the long term. That's what's going to happen when their contract expires. Now, it shouldn't be, but here's the caveat. Because Play Versus is a for-profit company, and if all these other states are not going to be on their platform any longer, that means they're not going to be getting that $600 for every school from all these other states, right? So, what is the stop Play Versus in November? Let's say November, to just like, well, there's no more money. We're done because we don't have any income. So my fear is that we're going to be in the middle of the OSSA season and they're going to just close their doors. It may not happen, but could. So what I'm going to do as we go along every single week, I'm documenting every single match, every single result. So if something happens with Play Versus during that season, I can manually put in all of those results so that we have standings and we'll just take it over earlier. So that's a big umbrella story about like what's going on there, if that helps any. Yeah.
So I would just add also, like, say, for example, you have a group of 5 kids that really wants to play League of Legends. That's not one that's on our partnership, so it's not going to be free this year through
Right.
Play Versus, but you could still sign up. You would just have to pay the fee for Overwatch.
Yeah.
Or if you had a rivals team that just is competition hungry and wants to be in everything, like, that's an option there too.
Yes, anything that's not within the so even if you sign up with OSSA and everything within the OSSA season is free, but anything that's not in the OSSA season is not free. So if you wanted to play in something else, it is going to cost you $600. But here's the thing: League of Legends, he mentioned that. Like if you wanted to run League of Legends, I'm just going to say, do not Play Versus $600 to do it. We are going to have our national offering where we're playing, everybody else in League of Legends, because Oklahoma only has about 5 League of Legends teams in high school. There's not very many that do that. So in order for us to have an offering for that, we've got the national offering going with our ISEA partnership. So we're going to have a League of Legends offering. It's just not going to be OKSE's League of Legends offering. It's going to be on a national scale. But with us being ISEA members, that's going to be free for everybody. So we can get you a League of Legends offering if that's what you're looking for, and you not have to pay still.
Extended season instead of the back-to-back. Is that affecting all titles? So even the travel titles?
Travel will still be a fall and a spring. The 2 virtual titles will still be a fall and a spring. It's just the core season. But to counter that, instead of only running like 4 core titles a semester, I think, what is it, 6? Yeah, so we put in a couple more so that we can make sure we have those games offered. Anything else? Any other questions?
Small schools and getting it for your first round. You have to be ability to reschedule like there is on our platform. So that really those smaller schools like Rocket League with the 3v3, you can't, like, if I just have 2 guys that day, we can compete with 2 guys. I can't just sign in with 2 guys at college league. So just first, get in. And I know once you get in, you start rescheduling. If I don't get it that first week, when they say they have to,
Yeah.
and I don't have enough guys, I'm not gonna get in that. There's so many hurdles that it's like that first match is so important. And schools, we've already talked about how hard it is to get everybody there. It's just like, that first match is so important. I don't get that done. I already can't compete.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, is there any way around that? And then the whole log thing. You know, it's just hard enough to get everybody there, and then everybody's got to remember their logins and log into their everything. I didn't even know, I don't know, I've never played Lexington, that you could just bypass the whole login thing and just play your game and get it done, you know, and log in and score afterwards. So there was some little cheat sheet somewhere. Like if I'd known that ahead of time, you know, that would have helped. If there's some kind of, you know, bypass these situations, bypass these hurdles, so we can get in the season and get started. Little cheat sheet around the system would be helpful.
Yeah, I can't defend Play Versus, so it's their platform. I am with you, actually, and I will say this: OSSA was fine getting out of that contract. They were hoping that Play Versus was going to know we got to charge and we need a new contract, but they had a 3-year contract agreement, and both when Play Versus is like, no, okay, we'll honor it and not charge. Well, then now there's no exit for OSSA out of that contract. So, yeah, it is what it is for one more year. At least we're going to get class divisions. I got OSSA to agree to that. So if we have, as long as we have 20 small schools and 20 big schools, we can have class divisions. So not schools, teams. It'll still be end of month flex. So try to get those played at any point. And then if not, you could still get those in at the end of the month, as long as it doesn't have priority is always the core titles. We can always try to like designate a day. Like I think we've done that before where we said, you know, this is the preferred day. If you can get your match in, we can put a day on that if that helps. I think it does help just so you can like if we have everybody here. And then if it doesn't work out that day because somebody's gone, then you just communicate that and you hit it up the next week at that same day. So yes. And I liked it. I thought that went, yeah. Because we had times where we played like 2 matches Overwatch on the Thursday or whatever it was. Yeah, it'll be core. Back to core. Yeah.
Are we going to use Finworks as like the primary way of contacting people to see?
I think the Finworks is there. Let's use it. I mean, and then if we're not getting we have the cell phone that we can text or and email and all that to go with it as a backup if we need it. But so we'll have everything available. I would say default to the match, the Finworks communication. I need to follow up with that because he mentioned the mobile and I haven't been on any mobile for other than the website on my phone. Whenever we do that session later today, I'll specifically ask about an app. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. 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 I'll specifically ask them about if there's going to be it could be something that they're working on if it's not there. So. Yeah, yeah, we can add that. Yeah, yeah. I'm about to do the push the registration out. I'm finishing up getting all the games in there so that you can mark what you want to play. Now that we got that ironed out with OSSA, what they're doing, then I can put in their preferred method of contact, and then we can always put that on that coach contact sheet. Yep.
Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but just going back to the play versus thing, does anybody not have experience with what Nikki was talking about with the first match that needs to know kind of what's going on there? Like the first match of every season, you have to be there on game day at its scheduled time with your whole team there. Once you've played that game, then they put you into their scheduling queue with their Swiss scheduler. And then you get a new opponent each week based on how your season has progressed. So it's really important on those titles to do that. And those will be set days, right? The Smash Cruise, Mario Kart.
Yeah, he didn't give us those days, so I don't know. All I know is the game titles, so I don't know. Like Rocket League was, I think Thursdays at 4, but I don't know. He didn't give us that information on what days.
It's if you log in on Play Versus, it's on their competitions tab. You can click on the game title and you'll see the OSSA league.
Yeah. And
then it'll show you the day, and it's usually 4:00 start. But then I also wanted to just make the point, like even though right now we're trying to transition over to FinWorks, on those titles, you'll still probably want to focus on Play Versus for your communication.
Yeah.
And then the goal is down the road in the future somewhere we're completely on FinWorks.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because not every school that's going to be in the OSSA is also in our FinWorks either. So. Any other questions? Yeah. Yes. Correct. So OKSE is the one that allows middle schools to play up. OSSA does not allow that. So on an OSSAA title, you cannot play a middle school up. Correct. Yeah, that is the clarification. And then also what we ran into last year so I really feel like this has become a bash Play Versus deal, but yes. So an issue we had last year, and I made sure to clear it up on like our website anyway. Unfortunately for Epic last year, they started the OSSA Rocket League season halfway through the playoffs. Whenever I think OSSA finally was like looking at who might possibly be at state. Well, what's Epic doing in here? Because they're not an OSSA member school. So that's a requirement in the policy of OSSA activities that they have to be an OSSA member school. Well, every other season, the Play Versus rep told them who all registered to play, and oh no, they can't be in there or whatever. That was always cleared up. This last spring, we went from Jacob, who had been with us all the other years, if you participated in him, he was always at state and everything. He was the one that always oversaw it. Well, he was leaving, and so he turned everything over to Shannon. She was only there for 2 weeks. Then she's gone, and then it was another person, and then they were gone, and then we lost all communication with Play Versus at that point. Come to find out, when they were having their financial crisis, they fired the entire K-12 division staff. So there was nobody to talk to. Finally, the CEO reached out to all state organizations. They didn't even show up to OSSA state. They run that tournament, the state championship tournament every year for OSSA, and we're all at UCO, and there's nobody from Play Versus. They always live stream and commentate that. There was nobody, like, it was just unfortunate, you know. And I know OSSA felt abandoned on that, and um, kind of led to exploring other possibilities too. On top of now, they wanted to come back and charge $600 for every school. So, um, but because of that constant turnover, there was nobody overseeing who all signed up, and Epic made it all the way to the middle of the playoffs, and then they're like, "Oh, sorry, you're no longer allowed to play because you're not an OSAA school. You can't compete for a championship title." Every single game that will be OSSA OKSE will apply to those because OSSA is the one providing the trophies and medals. So those 3 titles a semester, for as long as OSAA is on it, those have to be OSSA member schools for those titles. But everything outside of that is no, no. Yeah, it'll just be just like we kind of already marked it on our website. Go back to the games list.
It would be a thing where like if OSSAA offers it.
Right. So like right up here at the heading there, it says the 9th through 12th OSSA member schools. Those are the ones who can compete in that. But whenever anything else here is outside of that partnership, so we have some homeschool groups, and so we as an organization don't want to limit any student in Oklahoma. If we can find a way for them to be involved, then I want them to be involved because that's our mission, as an organization. But I can't make OSSAA, that's in their policies as an organization. So we're just helping them out on that side because our biggest expense is trophies and medals, and if they're going to provide that, we want to help have a free esports offering available for schools. And if that's all they can do is the free offering, hey, I mean, we're here, we'll support you and help you. But we also have all of these other offerings at our disposal that obviously many of us want to participate in as well. So we need on those titles, we need help to pay for the trophies and medals, basically. So, any other questions? I think we're getting close to. Oh, what was next on the agenda?
Sessions.
Or sessions? Yeah.
Building RSU.
It was a different.
I hate this thing.
I don't know where the agenda list was.
It's probably not on. There's ECU in here. Weaver's Winter Hall.
Yeah, so right after here is ECU's up next. So if he wants to come up here, and good luck if you're trying to do a slideshow, because hopefully it's online. We can get you on the internet. And then in the lecture hall, second floor, right below us, Jessica Weaver is doing how to run and host a tournament. And then out in the esports room is hands-on broadcasting. And ECU is doing esports career and development in here. So
Eventually, now that you got it all lit up.
Oh my God, yeah, you can hear me. Holy. Well, good morning. My name is Cody Soden. I direct the collegiate esport program for East Central University. We always love coming to the Coaches Clinic. It's a lot of fun to connect with you guys. So I appreciate how many are in here, like 10. It's awesome. I will do careers in esports now, and then later I'll talk about sponsorships and how to get admin buy-in. I know Holden Craig did admin buy-in yesterday, but they wanted to kind of double up on it since some people weren't here, and we kind of talk about different things. But this is specifically careers in esports. I wanted to give you guys an overview of the bigger picture of the landscape of esports. And some of you I've recognized, I've seen you before, but some are new. And you may need to go back to your administration and explain, why it is we're doing what we're doing. So just to kind of talk about ECU for a second. So East Central University, we are in Ada, Oklahoma. We are a regional D2 university. And my whole goal with my students is to prepare them for the professional and potentially the collegiate and professional world of esports. And I want East Central to be a hub for esports. And our whole goal really around our program is to help push the esports agenda across the whole state of Oklahoma. So I try to think bigger than just what we do on campus. So that's why Gracie and I are here. We're here to help spread the word of esports, but also to help you guys grow in your own towns and grow the esports community across the state of Oklahoma. So that's kind of a big mission for us. And you can kind of see some of the photos from our year. We won a national championship in Overwatch. That's actually our League of Legends team that won a regional championship the semester before. You can see me signing there. I went to McAllister, Kanawha, Ada, Macomb, several high schools in our area to sign students on scholarship offers for the first time. And so like Macomb High School, when I went there to sign their student, Jason, on a chess scholarship, the principal pulled me and said, this is the second collegiate signing we've had in 5 years. So it's kind of unique to be able to go into these schools that are very rural and offer their students an opportunity when they never would have had that before. And couple of our new players on the right there. And then we do a summer camp every year. And this year's summer camp, I do this. It's funny. This is a careers in esports talk for an hour, but I spend a whole week with high school students on this. And that's us actually taking apart and building computers, because we talk about the hardware side of esports as well. And so that's one activity they get to do in our summer camp. Quick facts about ECU. Our school is over 100 years old. It's one of the oldest in the state. Our esports program launched in 2023. I was not part of the initial launch of it. I came 3 years ago. Actually, right about 3 years ago. I start my third year in August of running the program full time. And we have 58 plus. I say that because we'll be well over 60 in the fall. We are under athletics, so I refer to our students as student athletes. That's not the same at every campus, but it is for us. We compete in the national circuit in NECC. CLOL is a huge one that we compete in, and also the East Coast Athletic Conference. And then we do also compete in the Great American Conference, which is what the traditional sports conference that our other sports play in. And I really try, and my goal on our campus is to build a community of gaming, not just to compete in esports at the collegiate level. I will get used to this mouse, I promise you, at the end. It'll be like the last slide I get right. Why are we here, though, talking about careers in esports? Why is this significant? And I put some stats up here for you. This is viewership of different entities that are considered professional sports. Where do you notice esports is in this list? Number 2. But what do you notice about that esports entry? Why is that different than the other things? When you think of esports as a whole, what am I highlighting in that second point? What is LOL? League of Legends. That's one title. How many games are we playing at OKSE right now? 6? So that's why I put 100 million plus, because that's one title. But the NFL is below that. The NFL is not getting as much viewership as one esport title is right now. And League of Legends happens to be, I think, if I remember right, I want to say Counter-Strike is kind of really close right now, but League of Legends generally has the most viewership. And so when I talk about why careers in esports are important, is because that's a lot of people watching League of Legends. And the next slide, when I show this, I will get this in the end right. Somebody yesterday was talking about LeBron James. I thought it was funny because I had this slide in there already, and I was like, that's kind of funny. I'll mention this, but the interesting stat on this slide is that less than 2%, is that what it said? Less than 2%, 1.6% of draft eligible NFL players, draft eligible meaning that they completed their college degree, they are considered athletes, they're eligible, they've been scouted, they've been put in the combine, and they're eligible to join the NFL. That's less than 1.6%, less than 2% of people that are competing in college football right now. That's a really small percentage of people that end up going to what we consider the pro scene. However, when you think of an NFL team, how many players are on a football team typically? Like pro players. I don't watch football, so I don't know the answer to this. How many? 60? 60 pro players. How many staff do you think that football team has to manage those 60 players? You're shaking your head. Do you know? Do you know the answer to that? Over 1,000. Over 1,000 people. And we're talking chefs. We're talking physical trainers. We're talking sports psychologists that actually work with them off the field. People to clean up the stadiums and run the stadiums. Thousands of people are employed for those 60 people to compete. The same will be true with esports. However, the jobs will just be radically different. And that's kind of why this is significant, why it's important. And I kind of highlighted here some of why that the industry right now, why when I talk to business owners, they love esports, but it's for very specific reasons. They bring up these reasons as why they like esports and why they consider it significant, because these are the skills that your students are learning while they're competing. So things like project management, they're learning how to run a program and how to set up a schedule and work with people on a project. And you guys are doing great things on, working with booster clubs and running fundraisers. There's a lot of cross-functional communication. The students are interacting in ways where they're talking amongst different groups of people, especially different types of people, especially. There's a lot of yesterday, I don't know if you all got to go to Stephen Harris's, he did a great talk on thought process in a game and how that's so unique and so different. And so that data-driven decision making that our students have to do is kind of substantial. That bottom one, the high pressure problem solving skills, it's huge. That's like a massive part of, if you think about being in the game. And yesterday we talked about the coaches cannot coach during the match, right? That requires your students to be able to think in really high pressure situations and make decisions. So that's a huge skill. And I think we kind of neglect to realize how significant that is. And then the technical troubleshooting. What were we doing to get this whole presentation even there? It took some technical troubleshooting. We had to kind of do some things to figure it out. We kind of forget that that's a very significant skill. And I've been in the business world. I worked for T-Mobile for 6 years. It shocked me as I moved up in the company how worse the technical literacy got as I moved up. People would fail to even be able to open up emails. They didn't know where to go on web browsers. It shocked me how poorly their technical skills were working for a massive company. So that's a huge asset that we have within esports. Can we pull up a different web page on this though? Because I do want to show this. So this is actually me. I present this topic a lot. And so I want to show a website if we can. I don't know if we'll be able to. That works perfect. So we're going to talk about the job fields in esports. And I use a website I want you all to write down if you can. It's Hitmarker. Hitmarker.com is the website we're going to go to. And I just want you to see it because Hitmarker is essentially the LinkedIn of careers within esports. I see more and more jobs posted on this website every time I load it up. So this is Hitmarker. It is obviously free, but can you click on jobs at the top there? So this website, you can see automatically right away some of the really big players, Riot Games, EA Games. You'll see Tencent in here. Epic Games is in here. So this website is where these companies are posting jobs today, looking for people to come into the gaming industry. And one of the things I say to our students a lot is if a student's involved in esports today, it's incredibly likely that they will want to go into a career or job field related to esports after they graduate. Our guy's going to Indiana Tech, he's doing streaming. That's he's going to continue in that pathway for the rest of his life, probably. That's incredibly likely. That didn't exist before. But the jobs that they may go into may not exist. And my job did not exist 3 years ago. There was no esports director at ECU. I had to create my job description. I had to pitch it to the school, go in front of a board and present on it. Like, it didn't exist. So the cool part about this is we're starting to see these jobs start to pop up. Just go to video editor, that second one. I don't know what InfernoZilla is, but the reason why this is also important for your students is you can show them these job postings and open them up, and it will tell the student what they need to do to get this job. It'll tell them what degree type they need to go for, how much experience they need to have working in the field. It'll lay all that out for them. So if I have a student who's like, I don't know what I want to do, I like esports, I would take them on Hitmarker and have them scroll for a little bit and find 3 jobs that look interesting to them. Take those 3 jobs and then say, okay, what are the common things you need to do to get these jobs? I promise you, almost all of them they have to get a college degree. Most all of them do. Some of them don't, but almost all of them do. I don't know if it lists in this one, but yeah, you can see all the job qualities and descriptions here. It says at least 3 years of video editing experience, right? Like, so if I have a student in my high school class and he reads that, what am I going to start working on that person with right away? Get some video editing. We're going to start practicing right now and start building videos today. I didn't see college degree on that one, but that's okay. Can you go back and we'll pick one more and keep going down. I mean, there's an account manager, right? Like that's a like accounting type thing. That's not even dealing. And a lot of these jobs are not dealing with playing games. They're not. They're dealing with running a business. There's a senior sales manager. Click on that engineering, back-end engineering. So Hitmarker was originally designed for software development. That's what its original goal was to connect software developers with companies. It's evolved into now it's a huge gaming community esports type hub. I don't see as many coach jobs on here. Those are going to be more on LinkedIn, but I'm starting to see them pop up on here as well. So it's starting to happen, but yeah. Any questions on Hitmarker? So I did some homework for you. You're welcome. # you're welcome. I pulled like 1,000 jobs on here and then sorted them based on their category. So I'm going to give you an overview of the categories. So we're perfect. Look at you. You're awesome. You're like a rock star right now. I'm telling you. So I pulled about 1,000 jobs off of Hitmarker for you, and then I organized them into categories so that you can kind of high level think about the different categories of job types. And when you think about a business and what it takes to run a business, all of these entities are going to be in a business. And so you think of the team and competitive side of it, right? That's what I think a lot of people hyperfixate on esports is the team competitive side of it. That's what you guys do as coaches. You're running the team organization, running all that stuff, running practices, doing that thing. But that's one piece of the esports industry. That's a very small fraction of what earlier I said less than 2% of people go into the NFL from the NCAA. That's a very small. It'll be very similar to esports. If I have 100 students competing in college esports, I might have one, and his name's Will, and he's going to go pro. Like he's going to do really great. Gracie, like she's not here. Like he's going to do really, really well. But that's one guy out of my whole crew. What about the rest of them, right? What do they do? So then number 2 is broadcast. We're going to go into details on each of these. So if you're like, don't fret, and I have a handout for you, so don't fret if you're like trying to take notes. But broadcasting is one. That's a huge part of running a company. But that's also event management. It's not just the broadcasting side. When we go to these tournaments, Ricky was here earlier yesterday. He runs massive tournaments. And when you go to these, he has a staff of like 30 to 40 people. It's not just him running around doing it. It's a lot of people that are needed for that. Marketing and creative. So think of content creation, think about sales, merchandising, all of those things. Business and revenue. You have to have people, even with OKSC, you guys have a person running your finances. Like that's a thing. That's going to be people need to have marketing and our accounting degrees to run that and be able to keep up with the books. And then the tech and game development. So technology is the physical side of the thing of the computers and dealing with the hardware, but also the software. You guys are working with Fenworks now. That's a great example of a company that's a software development company helping esports, right? And I bet if you ask those guys, they did not know they would be doing that 10 years ago. They didn't know that because they didn't know it existed yet. Right? And now they're trying to position that to other people, right? So I think of the team aspect as the athletic part of the job. This is my favorite team and my favorite player in the world. Fakers on the right there, and then it's T1, Coach Tom. It's like I love watching them. But that's when you think of that type of the world. This is the kind of overview of that. That's the team operations. That's the team management. It's the practicing. It is the giving feedback. It is the scheduling practices, finding opponents to play, coming up with a game plan. That's all of the athletic side of that. And their primary responsibility is generally going to be coaching, scouting players, coming up with game plans, doing analysis, those kinds of things. And then I found 4 common job titles that exist in that space. So if I had a student and they weren't sure what they would do, I would show them these job titles and say, which ones interest you in this space, and help them to kind of navigate that. But you see a general manager, most all of the professional esports team will have a general manager. I am a director, right? I am not a coach. I do not give my players feedback. I do go to their practices sometimes when they're in trouble, but I don't usually give them feedback. That's not my job. My job is to direct the program, to organize it, and to fundraise for it, and to recruit. You have a head coach. That might be, if I have an esports program, T1 is mainly focused on League of Legends, but they have other teams too. So they have other teams that they have head coaches for that get paid. Tom is the head coach for T1 League. Then you have a scout. So esports programs now hire data analysts to actually analyze their performance, but also the team that they're going against performance as well. And then you have a coordinator, like Gracie is a esports coordinator. She's my part-time worker. That's what her job is, to coordinate. She's not a coach. She's not a director. She's coordinating. She's helping to organize and get all this stuff together at the same time. Any questions on the athletic side of it? This is the one that should be the most familiar to you because we all pretty much deal with this. And then we have this, and I pulled this. This is actually from Team Liquid. So Team Liquid's a USA team, and what do you notice about this photo though? That's really interesting. It's kind of hard to see, but I want you to look at how many people are in this room. See if you can count how many people are actually in this room. I use this as a creative way to take a drink as well, just FYI. You think there's more than 7? There's about 9. Right, yeah, for sure. It's kind of dark, hard to see. There's over 9 people in that room. There are 4 or 5 people competing and 9 people in the back end doing all of this. And look how many, all those screens, because we think of when we're doing a broadcast, we're usually on one screen. We're on one screen, one spectator with a couple commentators. These are not the commentators too. These are the media people in the back that have all of the views, and they're running it like a TV broadcast. So that's a huge portion of this in the back end that people don't realize. So this is the media front of the esports industry. And this is where their job is to showcase the best side of their program, the best side of their competition. It could be they are live streaming. Most all of them do now. Almost every team today will live stream onto YouTube or Twitch. They'll do some form of this. And I found some job titles for this: a broadcast producer, technical director, which a lot of the interesting thing I see in the media side is it's very much equatable to what you would see with a TV broadcast. The same roles that you would need for a TV broadcast, I'm seeing in this. An in-game observer, that's the person whose their job is to just rotate between the different viewpoints of the players. That's someone's job to do that. Now, when we're running broadcasts, we're doing all of this crap. So it's very difficult. That's why I always tap my hat to us doing broadcasts, because we do all of this stuff. You have a tournament administrator or organizer. This is a part of the running of that event that is very important. And then shoutcasting, so people actually doing the commentating work. The one I didn't add in there that I'm starting to see a little bit more of is event organizers, which Ricky would be considered that, an event organizer. That's kind of a tournament organizer. That's kind of what he does. And then referees, we don't need them as much in esports. However, When you watch professional esports, they do. They will have people standing. So if you watch, like I watch the Pro League of Legends scene, they will have during draft, they will have 2 to 3 referees standing behind the players as they're drafting. So it's kind of interesting that they do have those in the pro scene. And those referees are not there for technical help. If something goes wrong, they bring out different people. This is now the fandom side of it is the coming up with all the content. And this is from Gen G. Gen G is another professional esport program. We've actually worked with Gen G. So through our partnership with McDonald's Gaming, which I'll talk about later, we actually have had students go and work with Gen G. Gen G is they do a marketing type thing where they actually have students go to South Korea. So one of our students went to South Korea. She stayed with them for, I think it was 2 weeks. Was it 2 weeks? Something like that, 10 days. And it was a whole thing about marketing, like learning how to market esports. And they had to come up with an event and work and all that. They were in Seoul. And so this is from that Gen G type event that they do. And so when you think about that creative engine, the fandom, it's coming up with all the social media content. You know, people often think, oh, all the shoutcasters are doing social media. No, they're not. Shoutcasters are not doing social media content. They give that to these guys, and these are the ones that actually go through and create that funny content that you see online. So I looked at social media managers are really popular right now. People get a degree in mass communication. They become social media managers for big companies. I mean, you guys have all seen advertisements now. They're like way more meme worthy than they should be or that they are. But that's kind of the way that it is. Video editing is a big part of this. You know, and this video editing in this capacity is not VOD reviewing. It's creating videos that go on YouTube for fun, creating highlight reels and that kind of stuff. The graphic design and media design. So if you look at these big companies now, they have graphics everywhere, posters and billboards and, you know, even the jerseys. If you think about the jerseys, those are all designed by somebody. And then the PR and communication and community management. You know, these companies now, like I use T1 as an example, but even the Dallas Fuel is one of them. They have a PR person that has to deal with their social media posts, but more from are we saying the right things? And then what happens when we lose? What do we say? Like that's a person now. That's someone's job to come up with all that stuff. Any fandom questions? Sweet. And then this is the front office. These are the executives of this. Now we have an executive board with OKSE, right? Like that's an example of this. But the executive side about it, this is Excel Gaming is in the UK. And this group of people, so I call myself a director because I'm dealing with more of the business side of what we do with esports at ECU. I deal more with the budget and the administrative stuff than I do anything else at all. And so director of partnerships, site management, you see an account manager, the esports legal, I want to highlight. The reason a lot of the jobs that are going to come from esports, we don't realize what they are today because we haven't encountered this situation yet. But one that is very real that if I have a student and they might be interested in legal studies, I always tell them you need to look at the esports industry because when it comes to traditional sports, nobody owns the sport of football. Nobody owns baseball, but somebody does own Fortnite and somebody does own League of Legends. And because somebody owns it, we now not need to have, if I want to play that game at a professional level, we now have to have a contract. We have to have a legal commitment. And you guys are starting to deal with that stuff. You talk about Nintendo licensing. It's one of the worst ones out there. But somebody has to manage and create those contracts. So there's right now brewing this whole weird legal situation of people as end users of games. And I don't know if you guys seen the news about Sony going to no physical media anymore. Now everything's going to be a license to you as a user where you don't own anything. How is that going to impact the esports world? I don't know, but there's going to be a whole legal system needed to be put in place for the protection of gamers that hasn't happened yet. So, but that's an example in my mind of a job that hasn't really existed yet, but needs to very quickly. And that's going to be someone's job 10 years from now that didn't know it was going to be a thing. And then financial analysis, budget development, that's the boring, making sure everyone can get paid, that kind of stuff. Any front office questions? Okay, great. You guys are at least engaged, I can tell. Now, this is a mess, but someone would love to deal with this. Somebody would. There was an IT guy in here early. I don't know where he went to, but you're the IT guy. So this is Riot server. This is a Riot server from their headquarters. Hey, they have the best. Riot has the best servers in the gaming industry. They just look terrible, but that's a whole job field. When we think of the physical infrastructure of the competitive gaming space, this comes down to things like hardware, dealing with computers. I love building computers. If you need help building computers at your school, please call me. I will come and I will help you. I will help you install liquid coolers. I love doing that stuff. So, but that's a whole job field that will need people in it. We looked at that media room earlier. Who ran all those cables? Who manages those computers? Who comes when the monitors don't work? Like, that's going to have to be someone's job for the future, specifically for an esports program. And I put on here network engineering, system engineering, full stack front end developing, the web developers, all of those things. And then data science is another part of that process. Any infrastructure questions? Mike, you're like, this is my home. That's where I want to be. But that's kind of the point, right? Like, we fill all of these hats all the time, but that's kind of when they go into a student goes into a full career job, they will only focus on one area of this. And I wanted to kind of tie this into, collegiate pathways. And you'll notice a lot of the jobs in esports at a professional level, not all of them need a college degree, but many of them do. Many, especially the high-end ones. And especially when you have people look at a list of jobs, 9 times out of 10, they're going to pick the ones that sound great to them, that pay well, and those are all going to require a college degree. That's just kind of the nature of the beast. So what I've done, and Gracie, could you help me with this, please, or somebody? You're not getting this whole book, I promise, but you're getting a lot. So these are 4 pages. So what I've done at ECU that's been very successful is I have taken the job pillars within esports and created student work positions out of them. And how I've done that is by just going on Hitmarker and looking at what jobs are popular, but also organically based on what students come to me and say, hey, can we do this? Hey, can I help with this? And so I have up here on the board listed all of the jobs that I currently have. So I have a full-time, my position is a full-time position. So it's my job to direct an esports program and to help build esports in the state of Oklahoma. I have a part-time person, Gracie. She's a coordinator. I am looking now for GAs. That's our next step, is to get that going, to get graduate assistants where I pay for their degree. They work for me 20 hours a week as a coach. But then I also have a wealth of student work jobs. Now, what you're going to be getting, you're welcome on this. I put together, for all of my student positions, I put together a job description and roles and responsibilities for every single one of them. And I'm going to give them to you because you can take these jobs back to your school and find students to work them and use them to help create student positions within your program that are titled like this. Because instead of just saying, oh, you're an artist, oh, you're a creative specialist. That's how that job is listed on the job market. And the reason I do that is because now they're suddenly getting resume experience. And I give them this job description so they can copy and paste it into their resume. So they already have a building block of a start of a job, right? And so I have all of these positions active. I'll be hiring for, I think, 4 of them, but the rest of them are already filled by students returning in the fall. So an admin, that's a student I have, help me plan travel and help me reach out to schools. And some of you guys got an email from my admin a year ago, Alyssa, hey, we want to come visit you guys. Like, that was her job, was to do that. The lab manager is that technical person. They're the one actually managing our equipment, keeping our lab clean, making sure our computers are up to date. We have a media manager, Noelle. She goes and posts all of our stuff on social media, comes up with content for us. We have a photographer, somebody that goes to our events and just takes pictures for us, Makai. She does great. And then an event coordinator, that's an example of one we'll be posting for because I need that. I need someone to help us. We're running on campus. We're now running at least 1 event a week and at least 4 outside events a month. So 1 of our events and 4 outside events every month. So, for example, we partner with the National Chess Association. They're going to be hosting, Chess OKC is hosting the first in-person chess invitational, or it's actually an open, on our campus for the first time August 15th. Like I went back in ECU's history. I could not find where ECU hosted a chess event in our history ever. So why? But that's because we have an event person. Broadcast manager, they are responsible for the overlays. They're responsible for the actual stuff we use and scheduling. They're not the one on the camera, though. We pay commentators for that. So we have probably about 8 commentators that work for us right now. And then a creative specialist, again, that's our artist, our graphic designer. I do have team captains. They do get either more scholarship money or they take out a student work job with me, but they do get compensated for that. And then we do have student coaches, and student coaches are a great opportunity for you guys. If you have a senior or someone who is doing really well in a particular title, turn them into a student coach so that they can actually be the one helping to give feedback to your players. And some of this comes out of necessity for us because I'm not there all the time. So I have to have people kind of there doing things, but also it's great for the students to get the opportunity to work in those fields and get experience doing those jobs while they're there with me. Any questions? I know you all have the handout now, but any questions about any of those jobs, any of the day-to-day, what they look like, anything like that on these jobs? Yeah.
What do you think needs to happen for like software as ownership rights? As it relates to esports, I mean, we can get to the other stuff all day, but you brought up a good point I hadn't even thought about before.
Yeah.
We can be in the middle of the season and somebody decides to shut it down.
That happened 2 years ago. So we were in NACE, NACE, and we were playing League of Legends. And we played the fall semester, went great. They had about 300 schools competing with League of Legends. We enroll for the spring, and Riot Games puts out a press release saying we are not allowing any tournament with more than 16 teams involved. Period. And the whole reason they did that is because Riot runs collegiate League of Legends, CLOL, which they did not want any collegiate leagues competing with CLOL. So they put out a press saying no tournaments with more than 16 teams. They had to shut the whole league down. We couldn't compete. I got pissed. And I created my own tournament that season because I was like, that's not fair. So I put forth the prize money and I ran a tournament with 16 schools just because I wanted us to compete. But that did happen. And so it is very real. And you brought up, what happens if Play Versus March goes, you know what? We don't have any more money. We can't support the servers. We got to shut down. There's not really any protection right now for us as consumers. And there is some things happening in the UK about protecting gamers and it's more about protecting physical media rights. And I, even in my own personal life, there's a couple of games that I played. The Beginner's Guide is a perfect example of this. It's a game that came out about 10 years ago. It's a masterpiece. It's a fantastic game. You cannot play it anymore today because when they built the game, they didn't build it with the ability for it to run with more than 8 processor cores. Who would have thought of that? But yeah, Gracie, you. Right. You don't know that? You don't know that.
No, I know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, Warcraft's been out. Where it does impact us today, though, and I think it's if they want to change the rules of basketball, it takes a committee. It takes a year. I mean, They still today talk about the 3-point change with the 3-point shot. They still talk about that today. How that's dramatically changed. That rule change was like 10 years ago, 15 years ago. They still talk about it today. Our developers and publishers change the rules monthly. How is that as a consumer? How is that fair to us? So I think some of the discussion will be about the stability of the games, and then some of it will be about what exactly as a user are my rights, and where do we step in? And it is more about the consumer protection and consumer rights. In the UK, it's more about they're pushing that physical media has to be protected, and that it's a business's legal right to maintain the protection of that. But then it comes into like hardware issues of how do we maintain some of this really old stuff, and what will we be playing 20 years from now? We might be in like a Sword Art Online, like full dive VR situation. We don't know. We have no clue what that looks like. But there is a discussion. I think the legal side of it right now deals a lot with the licensing rights for things. And I used Nintendo earlier. Nintendo will allow you to use their products, but God forbid you put one of their characters on your marketing material, and now you're in legal trouble. So it's like there are some weird caveats to what we're dealing with, and I think Gracie's kind of on a good point. Like it will change, but also we're in a good space with it because the esports industry is what will drive consumer traffic. What we play in the future as a professional scene will drive the traffic, and so the developers are, and we're seeing it with Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals was not built as a competitive game. They made it very clear this is a party game. This is a social game. But because the competitive scene is becoming so much more prominent, they're kind of bending towards making it more competitive. And we saw that they implemented the collegiate perks. I don't know if you have seen this or not, but if you go to college and you play Marvel Rivals, you put in your school email and they give you like every skin in the game and like a bunch of perks. So that they're starting to bend to that only because the pressure from the esports scene has been so significant. They wouldn't do that if it was. So I think for esports, we're a bit more protected. It comes more into a licensing type situation and then how we can use their materials. But from the games we play, I feel like we'll be okay. But it did happen. I brought that League of Legends. That did happen. That sucked. Our season was over and we couldn't do anything. What could we do about that? Nothing. Now that Riot did change the following season, they released a big apology about it and they never did that again, but they could. And Epic Games hates their customers, so they also do terrible things. Like why Fortnite does not have a spectator feature. Why? So it's like, it's kind of we're just in a weird space. So as a consumer, for me, what are my rights to say to Epic Games, your product doesn't support a competitive system? But that's a big fish to fry. So yeah, good. Hopefully that gave you a little bit more to think about. But yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah, that's the transferable skills between game titles is a huge win for us, and so we will be flexible and play whatever's. And also, too, things change and things become more fun. And yeah, we're in like a weird social slop game and extraction shooter type thing right now, and it was the battle royale thing, and so things will change over time. Yeah, good question. Anybody think of anything else on these jobs before I move on up? Want to make sure if you have any questions on any of those, like how they work, or I did a great job of just listing it all out for you and you're good to go. So yeah. Yeah. So, so the Meta Business Suite is what we use, and you can't use it on a phone. So what that is if you have a Facebook account, Meta Business Suite is a set of tools that help them schedule posts and publish content add graphics and all that. And so if you think about it from my perspective, they use a camera, like an actual camera. They're not using their phone to take photos. They have an SD card that they then take into our computer, upload the photos to the computer. They use Photoshop to edit the photos on the computer. They don't use their cell phone for any of it, to be honest. So, and in the real world, that would be very similar. You're not going to see a media manager running around with their phone taking photos with the iPhone. Like, they're not going to be doing that. Like, that's, yeah.
So what I have, so I give them an iPad. They make all of the content. They get it to me, and I just
Yeah.
So that's how I handle that. They have to apply for those media positions with me, and so and I misunderstood that. Like, hey, sometimes they're gonna be in the hallways with an iPad, doing different things. During class time, but that's part of the media class part of it.
And if you explain that to an administrator, they're going to go, cool. They're not going to.
Our principal got involved with one of their little skits.
Yeah.
He's out there like because she, fell off the ladder, and he's like out there checking on her. And they'll get involved with it.
Yeah.
Give him a little media practice.
Right. Yeah. And what's so funny is those little like fuzzy microphones. You give those to students, they go crazy. Like, I don't know, those little fuzzy microphones, they think they're like the most important person in the world, like interviewing somebody. So yeah, like they love that stuff. Yeah. But iPads is a great suggestion. Yeah. 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 Yep. There you go. Media passes, iPads, fuzzy microphones. Yeah. That's what makes it more impactful, though. It makes it more important. Yeah. I went to Verdigris High School, so I came from a very small school, and yeah, I definitely know. But we took photos and did all that fun stuff too, and that's what makes it more important is you're giving them the opportunity. And I'm going to try to go back to this. So in it kind of ECU, we're considered a small school. We're considered a rural university. So when you look at like a job like a commentator, for me, I am the only job on campus where a student is being paid to directly commentate on another student's athletic performance. If you go to the football game, who's commentating at your football game? Do you have baseball or basketball? So you don't have any, right? So when you go to our football game, it's an alumni or the athletic director commentating on it. If you go to the baseball game, it's Keith Miller. He's our athletic. He does all the, like, I don't want to say accountability, but compliance. He's our athletic compliance director. It's not a student. I have the only job where a student gets to do this. You're creating opportunity where a student can get that experience at a very small scale that's very significant for them. And I have the only ones that can do that on campus. So all of the media students that are going into like broadcast journalism and media relations and public relations, they come to me because I'm the only one that has a job. So it's kind of fascinating that, yeah, you can think of it like over a small, but you just made a huge opportunity for somebody that didn't exist before, right? So yeah, good question. What other questions? I wanted to kind of leave you with, if I was a high school student, what should I do? That's what you're going to go back to deal with your students in your school. And like, I want to just get you thinking about what they should be doing. They should be volunteering. Your students should be looking at your program and saying, how can I help? They should be volunteering and doing stuff today. And you can use the job descriptions I gave you to kind of show them, hey, here's what it looks like at the next level. Where do you think you could help us out here as a student now? And volunteering and getting some experience with that today. Social media is everybody, even if you guys can't have phones, they're going to be on social media every day. So they should be used to dealing with social media. So they might as well get experience dealing with that on a more professional level because they might be wanting to go into that. Tournament logistics. So we went to Calvin, Oklahoma. We helped them run a tournament. But what was great about it, they're going to be starting esports for the first time. But what was great about it is she had 2 students who were running that tournament. Like they were the ones telling who was playing who, and they were calling out matches. They had to go to get this up. That's tournament organizing experience. Like that's really good to have. And then gameplay analytics. That's something that I think all of us in here struggle with is there's too many games and you just don't know what to do with them, give that job to a student, that student coach, that student analyst. They could be the one pulling the next team. Sometimes you guys can't always tell. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. Sometimes you can tell, in the college level, we know exactly who we're playing next week. We have all their battle nets. We have all of their IDs. But you guys don't always have that at the high school level. But you can at least have someone doing some analytics on like the current meta of the game. What compositions are really good in Marvel Rivals? What team ups, now that everybody has one, what team ups are great right now? If they're playing even Mario Kart, what's our map rotate? Like, what are we looking at for rotation for this map? Like, somebody could be doing those analytics ahead of time so the team goes into that more prepared for that match. And that's it. That's what I had. My contacts there, I put it at the bottom of that paper too. And some of you guys came by and got my card, but I'm here to help you guys with this part. This is important for me on the career side of it, because this is kind of, I think yesterday somebody said on the coaches panel, they said, you're only here for 4 years. What are you going to do for the next 30? Like, it's kind of significant to think of it. And high school students don't usually think of it that capacity. So it's kind of up to us to push them in that direction of, what does it look like for you after this place? And even me, I think I'm in this role now, but what does the rest of my career look like? I don't know. I have to figure that out. But yeah, I put my phone number up there in my Discord if you guys need anything on that. But I'm here as a resource for you. So feel free to reach out anytime. Be happy to help troubleshoot, or like I said, I don't mind coming help with computers and doing all that good stuff. So yeah. Any questions for me? Yeah, I think last year we shared them. Yeah. Yeah. But if you want to, I can email this to you if you'd like, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But I think they'll get them all together. I mean, that's what they did last year. Worked good. Right? Yeah, he's already got half of them. Cool. It doesn't have to be related to careers. Any other questions? We've got like a few more minutes. I did great. We did great on time. Holy, give yourself a hand. That was great. Great work. Any other questions? Okay, sweet. Well, thank you for having me. I know we'll be here probably till at least 2. So if you guys think of anything else while we're here, then feel free. But yeah, thank you guys so much. Hey, I did get the PowerPoint thing by the end, by the way.
Yeah. It's either cold in here or really hot. And I almost felt yesterday. I was like, great. Last time, I at least read the word Gene.
Yeah, it's in the mats.
Do you have access to it?
Oh, yeah. It's on the mini magnet. I'm trying to find Jimmy's.
Who's up next?
I was telling Cody. Yes. We lost. Probably our best class.
On the podium, I don't have to walk all the way back and forth twice.
So like up in our lab, it's like that.
Okay, I see.
That's fine. Because yeah, we have to show these downstairs, but
Keep forgetting we're streaming all of this.
Does that work pretty well?
Well, she's also really soft-spoken. Speak like you're gonna be.
All right. I'll speak like I can't, like I'm in the classroom. Speak classroom speak. I love it. Okay. Get a little closer to you. That might help. Okay. Hey. All right, guys. I guess we'll go ahead and get started. I don't want to waste any of your time, and I'm sure some of you are probably about ready to head out after 2 very long days. So, this particular presentation, Level Up Your 1 to 5 Year Plans for K through 12 Esports, is not mine. I want to say that right up front. It is absolutely James Kuiper's. So, any mistakes or blame you want to throw, absolutely email James. But I will do my poor best to get through it. Okay, so, uh-oh. What did I do wrong? Okay, there it goes. This is, in fact, James Kuiper. If you've never met him, this is what he looks like. He started teaching in 2022 and was offered esports in 2023. he had to make a bunch of changes, won his first state championship in fall 2023, and you see a list of all of those accomplishments and craziness that James has managed to come up with since he started in 2023. I do not have as many things on my list of things that I have won, but more does okay. So, where are you? You're in the middle of year 1, you've seen some success, but now you find yourself asking, what's next? Without change, programs die. You always want to keep moving forward. It doesn't have to be groundbreaking change, but you need to do something. What do I change? Making changes does not mean that you failed. It means that your program is evolving, and that's a good thing. As to what you can do, options are endless, but these are the main changes. Adding more games, streaming, hosting a tournament, making an esports class. And I have done those things. I've gone from just coaching after school, and I even started out my very first year. We had 3 switches to our name, and we borrowed PCs at a local gaming shop. So I've definitely started from nothing and built my way up. So we do have an esports class now at Moore. Last year was its first year. So every semester, TechSF, because he wrote this for Texas. Anyway, has a new season with new games made available. In your first year, start small with a couple of games. Now expand a little. Make sure you have interest. If students don't want to play, forcing them is feeding your own ego rather than helping them to grow. This is something that I think we do really well at Moore Public Schools. We hold tryouts every year, and if we don't have enough interest in the game, we just don't play it. I'm not going to force a kid whose love is Halo to play Mario Kart, because what's the point? He's miserable and I'm miserable. So just make sure that in everything you do, if you make sure that it's in your kid's interest, you'll come out ahead. Let's see. Adding more games can mean more equipment, and this is where admin support is vital. Fundraising is also vital. Some ideas. Texas Roadhouse sells their famous peanuts that you can sell. Comes with a coupon for a free appetizer. Tat the teachers. Have students pay $1 per willing teacher to put a temporary tattoo on themselves. Community service. Every year, James's program cleans the basketball bleachers after each home game. Try to make fundraising something that makes students go out of their way to ask. More games and more schedules. This is that adding even more stuff to your plate. Make sure you keep a consistent practice schedule. So, for example, Fortnite is Monday at 3 p.m. or 3:30. Sorry. Tuesday, Street Fighter. Wednesday, Marvel Rivals. Thursday, Overwatch. Friday, League of Legends. You need a rotating schedules because it's unlikely you will have enough machines for all students to play every game at the same time. As you guys know, if you're Bison, you're playing the core games at your school site all together. For virtual, you can play them from home, but when you're playing those core games in Bison and you have to have everybody there, it's a lot. It's a lot of kids, right? So make sure you're not overbooking yourself. I have done that, and it is absolutely miserable. Make sure you understand the new games being added. Even if you're not an expert, a basic understanding will get you through a lot. YouTube has a wealth of videos on how to understand each game. Esports, unlike traditional sports, in the sense that it does not fill up stadiums every Friday night. But that doesn't mean that your players can't be in the spotlight. The best way to showcase their talent is by streaming. We set up streaming this year and a little bit last year as we got our grant money and got familiarized with the equipment, and it's been phenomenal. Parents are always signing on to watch their kids. We even sometimes will stream practices because that gives our streamers chances to practice before an actual match. But we do try to stream the games that are easy to stream at this point, right? Valorant, Overwatch, Rivals, all of those have fairly easy ways to stream. Fortnite gets a little more complicated because it doesn't have a spectator slot. So you have to use either a screen capture program or we do this thing called video.ninja, I believe is the website. Yeah. I think it's I thought it was fully Ninja. But it's a great program, and it basically does screen capture for you and then pulls it into your coach's or streamer computer so that you can toggle between the things, or you can have all 4 of them up as a little mini thing. It's a great program for things like that. Let's see. The best program to stream on is OBS. That is what I use, and it is free, and it has lots of cool things. I have a green screen, and my kids are more adept with OBS than I am, honestly. So they do like these really cool things. At one point, my kids were shoutcasting from it looked like they were like in a window in a castle. It was great. So it was crazy. Let's see. It takes some getting used to, but it's a great program. You can link a Twitch, Facebook, or YouTube account to it. Right now, I have Twitch. We haven't fully set up YouTube, so Twitch just was like the easiest for us to just get into and kind of run with. Oh my goodness. James obviously has a video here. Oh my gosh. If you are awake, you are now. I don't know if we want to try playing it again. Oh, it's the whole fight. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. Wow. All right. So let's see if we can go on. We cannot. We in fact cannot go on. Scroll. Okay. Did I skip one? Okay, I think this is the next slide afterwards. I got happy with the scroll wheel, sorry. Okay, so esports, unlike traditional, did we already do this? We already did this one. Wait. Did we do this? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I went way back. I got super excited trying to get away from the video, which means we're coming up on it again. I'm still going back. Oh my gosh. Well, all right, if that's what you want. Hey, we skipped over it pretty fast. Yay. Okay. I completely blame this on Kuiper. James, if you're listening, I want you to know. Okay. So start small, get a cheap video card, pick it up and record your kids playing. Post it all over your school social media. Don't overcomplicate it. This allows colleges to recruit your players. I have on many occasions invited college coaches to watch as my kids were playing matches. I'll be like, so we have a match going on this time. We're streaming it. Absolutely. Could you tune in and take a look at my kid? He's planning to go to your college. And almost every single time I get an absolutely, or I can't make it today, but if you'll tell me when your next one is, I will absolutely do it. College esports coaches are fantastic to work with. Hosting a tournament. This is one of the scariest steps. Bringing other players to your school is a big step, but it's a big deal. It brings kids together, helps form friendships for players and coaches, helps admins see how important esports is. The best way to start is to host a Super Smash Bros. Tournament, and I talked about how to do that in an earlier session. And if you guys are interested in hosting Super Smash Bros., absolutely email me, jweaver@okse.org. I will be posting the link for you to sign up to be a host later this afternoon. Just haven't had a chance to do it yet today. But absolutely would love to have hosts from all over the place.
And most of the time, there'd be an exec that could come out. If there's somebody in that area that could help out, or other coaches that have been to 900 different tournaments are more than willing to help you out as well.
Lawton Mack hosted for the first time last year, and he absolutely loved it. Josh English from Cash was there with him, so he felt comfortable because he had somebody to fall back on. We're absolutely there to help you. I will hold your hand as you're setting up as much as I can. I'm usually running Central, so I won't necessarily be at your site unless you're in Central and I'm going to your site for the tournament. So that could very well be me if that's what ends up happening. Wait, I'm going the wrong way again. I really don't like this mouse. Okay, hosting a Super Smash Bros. Tournament requires switches. Ask the schools you are inviting to bring their own copies of the game. 2 people can play on the same console. Space to play, including chairs, desks, and monitors. Participants, it's a wildly popular game. In Oklahoma, we have 500 plus students that compete every single month. It's insane. There is no need for internet access. Challenge is a free site that helps you build brackets. There is also a great time for hosting fundraisers such as concessions. When I hold my Smash tournaments every single year, I make at least $200 to $300 at every tournament. And that my parents bring in all the stuff, they donate it. So that goes straight back into my esports program so that I can buy that controller that Johnny accidentally dropped and stepped on. And I thought he did a dance, but he claims it was all an accident, right? So,
OKSC also has a challenge paid version. So like normally they'll invite whoever's hosting to that page so that way you have access to that and you have all those extra features.
So I took over Smash last year as my executive duty, and I have been building the brackets in Challenge. That will probably change this year with FinWorks. We'll probably put them in FinWorks, but don't worry that you have to build a bracket. It will absolutely get done for you, and I'll show you what you need to do to get everything off the ground with it. Okay. Making an esports class. This is an absolute huge leap, and I took this leap last year. It's crazy. Explaining to admin that esports as a class is important can be very difficult. The best bet is to make it a class that combines practice and teaching technology subjects. For example, in James's class, they learn how to run tournaments, build computers, learn the mechanics of multiplayer games. So in my admin, had huge buy-in from the beginning. They actually wanted the program started. So we had people from our central office that were like, can we get some coaches? And I was like, pick me. So that was great. And my actual building principal was just like, you want to do what? Why are you making me do this? And she went to the K20 Center for their leader thing because that was a requirement from our admin was that they try to write that grant, our upper admin, I should say. And she came back from it and was completely blown away. She was like, this is the best thing to ever happen to our kids. We have to have this. So she wrote a fantastic grant. We got the K20 grant, $40,000. I have lovely PCs and all the cool stuff. So absolutely worth your time. And if you can get your admin to go to one of the K20 sessions where they talk about what esports does for your school, you will probably get buy-in almost immediately because they do a fantastic job presenting it. Moving forward, we'll look different for every program. Do not try to do all of these things at the same time. That's a recipe for pulling your hair out and crashing and burning. No more than one major change a year. Don't be afraid to fail. Trial and error is absolutely your best teacher. And if you have questions, again, this is James's email. If there was something on this that was weird, like the insane amount of noise that came out of his video, please feel free to contact James and let him know about that. I'm sure he's probably listening right now going, Weaver, you're butchering my program. But all right. And I think that's everything. Do you guys have questions? I mean, I know I see several veteran coaches in here that could answer if you have questions. No? We're all good? Nobody wants to talk to me.
You need to let the Piper know that you did leave off if you're going to host. Make sure you have power.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
Like we rolled out mats in our gym and then used Chromebook cards and then ran them together, dovetailed them together, and it worked.
Yeah.
Power is definitely something you need.
One of the other things that I had in my presentation this morning about how to host is you absolutely need help. Do not think you're going to do this as a solo adventure. At the very least, you need kids that are not necessarily playing Smash that will help you. But I find that having at least 3 extra adults to help is hugely beneficial. Usually the adults I have run high school, middle school brackets, and then I have an adult coach runner. And you don't necessarily have to furnish all of these people yourself. I can guarantee you that the other coaches that show up are going to be willing to help you because they want to get through it as fast as they can also. And you might find them offering suggestions. Don't take that as a criticism. Take it as they're trying to help because that's genuinely what they're wanting to do. So, anything else you guys can think of? No? Okay. Like I said, if you're wanting to host, I will send out that link to the Google form later this afternoon in the Discord. It might be tonight before I can get it into like email. But if you're interested, absolutely reach out and we'll get you set up. All right. I'm going to call that good. And I mean, that was like 20 minutes. This is probably your shortest thing for the day, isn't it? Isn't that amazing? Love it. Love it. If it had been Kuiper, I guarantee you he would not even be 3 slides in.
Especially knowing that there's nothing following.
No, I thought there was one more thing. I don't know. Is it? I don't know. All right. How did you turn this off?
There's a little microphone button on the side. On the side of it is where the button's at, though. The microphone looks up at the top.
My number if you want. Okay. I'll share. Okay, I don't know how to go. Anyway, I'm gonna get a real intimate presentation. Okay. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so this is like just a little presentation. I'm a coordinator at OSU Esports, so I'm not like the director. But a lot of what I do is work with like the students and like the culture and like try and sort of develop them like character wise. So that's like I put something it's more like a lot of it's like anecdotal, but I think it's like helpful information. So yeah, who am I? My name is Kara. I'm the esports coordinator under Connor. I've done like I don't know what the number says. 5 years in competitive esports, 3 as a player, and then like 3 as a staff member now. So pretty well traveled. I did like youth coaching in Oath. I don't know if anyone knows what that is. Patty, you may have. But yeah, that's fun. So been kind of on a couple of sides of it. One of my favorite like things to address with the students is like what they actually view as like what is a competitive person, like what makes somebody competitive. Because I think there's a sort of like there's some warped mentalities about that what that is, and esports is also like it's a young kind of like sport, and so like they have like strange views of what makes them like a really good competitor and stuff. So this is like what do I think should be defined as like a competitive person in esports, and I think okay, we lost a T on respect, but probably my fault. I don't know. It all got like shoved over. Actually, it looked fine when he showed me, and then I was like, oh, "That's like a weird thing." It does. That's okay though. I think that like if you're good to be like a good competitor, I think this goes for everything. But you need like respect for like the competition you're in, your teammates. You also need like collaborative ability. You need to have goals for yourself, and you need to like put forth like effort. And like since we're in such a like esports is such a young field, like there's a difficulty sometimes getting across that like you have to sort of be like your competition can and should be complex instead of just queuing up the game like 100 times. And I think anytime I've asked like a billion students this question, they all have different ideas of what makes them competitive. Like some people in like their hero shooters only play like one character. Some people will play 12 and they're on there for like 40 hours a week, like a full-time job. And some people it's like 3 hours. I think when I think of like an esports competitor, this is what I think of. I think of like Red Bull. I think of like an energy drink in somebody's hand for sure. So like low-key on some stimulant use, if you want to call it that. And then like super long hours. Like every time I'm in the Starcade, there's always somebody that's in there till like past midnight and stuff, and logging like an unhealthy amount of gameplay. But yeah, it's like when I think of like a traditional athlete, you see like some like big strong person. You think of like a successful esports athlete. They're usually doing all of these things. Oh yeah, and yeah, how is this different than traditional sports? You said you do soccer play-by-plays and stuff. Okay, perfect. Awesome.
I've done some baseball in the past too. So.
Cool. What you said? Did we say OCU?
OCU. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We've probably been on the same
My
campus.
wife's the viola professor there.
Okay, perfect. Awesome.
Yeah. So,
Sick.
yeah. How is it different? Well, I mean, in terms of the physical activity, it's more stationary.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting to see like the ergonomics of an office being applied to a sporting situation. That's exactly what it is.
No, I agree. Yeah, like oh, sorry, I put these. Oh my god. Okay. It's okay. I should have looked more. Yeah, I'll just say yeah. I agree with you. And this is like the things that I learned as a coach is like it is like things that I think like traditional sports have an advantage over esports right now is like there's like a consistent youth structure, which is also why I'm happy to be here because I'm glad that we now have like a high school structure for like players to come up through, and then like it's obviously more physically taxing. I also think that like this maybe sounds a little woke, but like there's like in terms of like soccer and football and stuff, that's like a community like sort of like cultural control over that. Like everybody knows how to play football and they know the rules of football, and like it's not really governed by anybody besides like those big like NFL and like the NCAA and stuff. But like for esports, our like governing bodies are the companies that make the games, which like changes a lot of the context for these things, I think. Yeah, and like specifically, like I think that what that'll get you sometimes is they're never not going to have the Q button like right there after you finish a game. Like they're always going to incentivize you to continue playing the game as like back to back as you can, like logging as many hours as you can. Like they want to keep you like as like intensely focused as possible. But I think for esports athlete, that's generally a bad thing because you want to like diversify the way you're like analyzing your gameplay. Like we have a lot of players who will just sit there like for long extended hours, like 8 hours, and just play nothing but like queuing up more games and stuff. But they should like instead like take a second to like VOD review or do something that like breaks up what they're doing and gives them a more like diverse experience. Because also you can't get that like bird's eye view if you're just playing the game yourself. You're gonna get lost and like you're not gonna be able to know what you're doing wrong. Yeah, it's this is I think this is like interesting. None of my players care about this, but like they like the physical like stimulus of like an actual like playing an actual sport is pretty helpful. So you don't like overwork yourself. Like you're not gonna see somebody running around a track for 9 hours because they'd fall over. They'd be like low-key dead. Like I don't know. So like but it's still we still have like there's still like physically taxing things about playing esports. Like you can get like injuries from playing esports for like 5-6 years. And I always do this demonstration like when I do this at the start of a year, but like I'll like get my boss and then I'll punch him in the arm, and then that's like an immediately painful thing.
Yeah.
Then I'm like, okay, this is like how it is like for us, and like slowly pinching him. Like you don't know when all those hours like sitting on a computer has like done damage to you until it like has set in basically. So I think that's like another benefit of like not sitting there for like 9 hours, like having a healthy relationship with how much you actually play the game. Yeah, and I also this is another thing too. I think most games will like encourage you to be like an individual player almost to like a fault. Like I think anonymity and like games like encourage like individual play. Like if you're to queue, like the best way for you to queue and like gain rank, which is most often like that's like presented as the thing that you should care about, is for you to do it alone. Because if you do it with teammates, you have to depend on like are they dependable or not, and like I think a lot of players will get bogged down in that mentality, and yeah, you get like very solo oriented players, especially if they haven't come up through a team based thing before they get to college. Yeah, no, I said, yeah, you'll get a more consistent rank if you play alone, which is kind of like antithetical to like playing as a team. Like it's sort of thing I have to like train out of people. Yeah, and in the college scene and the high school scene as well, like when we're talking, like our school is like, I guess would be closer to like a D3 school or something, like an NAIA school. So our teams are never like the top bar like teams. They're not like full of like an insane roster of players that are like at the top of their game. There's usually like a mixture. There's like a gradient of like somebody is really good, somebody might be sort of like skill wise not as there as the rest of them, but there's like I really like firmly believe in like if you develop the like team based collaborative roles of those people, like that can be a really successful team still. And you also have to teach those players that are very like really good that they need to like they can't treat their teammates the same way that they would like a solo queue thing. Like they need to be like respectful and build up their teammates, and that will usually get them a better result than like being an asshole. Like, Yeah, and I think I put it at the bottom of this one. Like I'll always take like a gold player with like a better mentality over like a really like a jerk like diamond player. But yeah, and our school is small, so like the most benefit that we usually get is not like signing people to scholarships or like doing anything like that. It's like consistently developing the people that we have, and like we make better players like over time rather than like immediately. Yeah. This is gonna be faster than I intended, but we've done like some things to curb these issues. With the specific things that we do are, oh my God, okay. We have like a core set of values that I think translate to like a healthy competitive player that I think I've seen a lot of things. It's like improved the program greatly to have these like core values and stuff. Yeah, like when I joined as a sophomore, it was a student-led program, like a club, and then over the next like 5-ish years since I've been there, we've transitioned to like having staff. Like now there's 2 of us. Before it was very different. They were like cooped up in like this like dingy computer lab and stuff. But and I think their culture like reflected like a broken one because they're students. Like you can't expect them to like hold the whole full burden of like developing that. But yeah, I think like if you don't put effort into like improving a program's like character and culture, like it's going to mirror like wider like gamer culture, which can be like dismissive and like downright hateful to like certain kinds of certain people and like mentalities and stuff. It's not very a forgiving place, you know. But since I like joined and Connor and I like we tried to take steps to adopt things that would like steer our students away from like judgmental attitudes and like a focus on like specifically like skill and performance alone, and like try and give them a more diversified view of the way that they compete. And specifically we call these things we call them our pillars. So our pillars is like these are 5 like student chosen and like staff values that we believe like are really important to development as a player, and these kind of mirror the things that I think you should be to be a good competitive player. But like growth is like your goals and stuff, and you should like always be seeking to like make yourself a better player and not like sit on your laurels and stuff, and not like, you know, like reject your ego and all that. Like honor you like is like the respect and like the temperament that it's required to compete at a level like this. Fun is fun because we think that's important. You know, you should be having fun. It's a video game. And then like community is like we really value like community building. So we like program of like maybe like just 40 people, something like that. It's small, but it's important to us that you like give back to the whole thing rather than just get cooped up on your individual teams. And then passion. You have to have like effort and energy and passion in what you do as an esports player. And then there's us. But I think these guide us to like a fully rounded like competitive player. And I think it's helpful for them to sort of get presented with things that focus them in like not just like watching like a rank or getting a specific like title and stuff. So I think that gets toxic, but yeah, that's my Discord. Yeah. I don't know. Do either of you have any questions? Or like, do you do like you do esports stuff too, right?
Well, yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Perfect.
At the charter school, and actually last year was my first year. I came in to the program. It was like mid-August.
Yeah.
And in the middle of the school.
Oh my gosh.
On top of that, so yeah. So like last year was
Yeah.
more of an acclimation season. So,
yeah.
Like I only did the first couple months of soccer games because of that.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
So.
How's your program? Good.
So, yeah, Epic. Fortnite, Box Fight state champions. We
Awesome.
placed practically almost all the other titles that we participated in.
Cool.
So, you know, financial crisis, we had to limit what we could do this past year. But,
oh yeah.
Yeah, we've been very fortunate to. When it got started, that we had success right away. I mean, I think you could take us and Bixby and a couple others, and it literally was just, hey, we need to do it. We did it, and we're like already really stuck right away. So
cool.
We're fortunate in that regard. And with the change in head coaches that came about because of layoffs, then our biggest issue was, you know, how do we manage change in personality among coaches?
Yeah,
it's like I was like 2 to 3 coaches swapped out. I'm different.
Yeah,
I'm more of a traditional sports style type coach. Head coach is kind of the same way.
Yeah.
So there was an adjustment that had to take place, but you know they adjusted without a doubt.
I mean, I
know,
think
and I it was positive adjustment. It wasn't something like we had to kick anybody off.
Yeah.
At all. It was, you know, and we didn't have to suspend anybody. It was just, look, this is
Yeah.
what we need to be doing. So why we need to do it, and within a week, this player would buy in, and we kept going. So
good. Yeah, I had like similar experiences with that when I did oath coaching, because we had a lot of Epic kids before I think Epic like started their program and stuff. So I don't know. You do, you know, like online school kids, they could be like an interesting bunch. You know,
Oh, yeah.
some unique problems to
Yeah.
work through and stuff. But I always felt like they like met the challenge. So yeah.
yeah. So and our kids have done the same.
Yeah.
So, we've found that if we have among our players, if we have one core player who's not just elite but a strong leader,
Yeah.
that's when we're winning the titles.
Yeah. No, I
We're
agree.
not winning the titles because somebody dropped internet in the middle of the championship match, which actually happened. I think that says a lot.
Happened to me too.
How important culture, positive culture is.
Oh yeah. No, I also
Constructive culture.
so like there's no like body language sometimes too if you're playing online too. It's just the
Well,
voices, you know.
Yeah, so because of the implementation of the Child Protection Act,
Yeah.
communications,
Oh, yeah.
Discord is not an approved platform. It does not meet the standards anyway. So we couldn't use it. So Discord is completely out. for us.
Yeah.
They can message with each other
Mhm.
if they needed to, but we had to be on Zoom.
Yeah.
And so that in and of itself created its own issue, you know. But
Yeah.
more and more we got through it, and
Yeah.
we found ways to work around it and still coach and do great things. So
Cool.
it wasn't all bad.
Yeah.
It was actually pretty good.
That's good.
And they were, you know, amongst themselves, even though they couldn't like screen share and Discord and stuff
Yeah.
like that, you know, they could still do VOD amongst themselves just fine.
That's good.
Those things were able to take care of themselves.
It's like kind of helpful because then they have to like be like self starters and stuff too. Kind of teach us something, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah, we had like a well, because my boss is Connor is like he's only been here for like 2-3 years, and then before that we had Patrick, so we had like a personnel change too,
Yeah.
and it was a big like difference, but
What's the biggest difference between the two?
there's different styles. I think it's kind of like what you're talking about too, more of a traditional guy versus like like Connor like worked in he worked in like professional esports for a little bit. He's like a writer and stuff, so his approach is like lighter usually.
Yeah.
But I don't know. That I think that like has led me to try and like challenge the students more, you know. I do that side of it. It's fun. I like when I was a student, I like when I was playing Overwatch and I was a captain, I noticed like that we sort of had like a lot of angry captains because I don't know, they didn't know where to put the stress of dealing with a whole team. So like I would like every Friday I would have them meet and we would like I would do some similar stuff to this and like try and like give them like tools to be like a better leader and stuff. It was good. It helped us.
So I think you know, there was the personality difference. You know, we get through that through the first half of the year.
Yeah.
The second half of the year was a little interesting. That was the first time we were exposed to national platforms.
Yeah.
Like Play Versus
Mhm.
and then League West Premier. They decided to have a Premier League.
Yeah.
To focus on developing a wild card tournament for nationals and stuff
Mhm.
like that. So that put us in a position for the first time that we were like, you know, on a more regular basis, having to punch above our weight, and that created its stresses.
True.
It also created situations where we weren't ready for national travel, and the opportunity was going to come up.
Yeah.
And so there was some strife beyond that, but you know, overall, I mean, going into this year, now it's those expectations are there, so we won't have the same problems going forward.
Yeah, that's good.
It was just, you know, the biggest handling of the negativity was
Yeah.
it's something new, and when you're locked in,
Yeah.
and you're having to do something
Yeah.
new, you get very uncomfortable very fast.
Oh, yeah.
And I think career consulting professionals, sports psychologists, they will tell you if you get uncomfortable, you're gonna start reacting negatively.
Yeah,
And,
for sure.
But yeah, that was just the thing. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay if we don't go.
Yeah,
We'd love for you to go. It's okay.
No, yeah, we like we switched over to like the NECC because we were like in NACE before that. But we thought since we're a smaller school, it's better for us because they like have different divisions and stuff. So we get more like even competitive play and stuff. But that like first season that we switched over to NECC is when we started like getting like a national success, you know, like my team. Okay, well we won a national thing, which is pretty cool. But it was also like the first time the program had been like that high up in success, and like people got stressed out for sure.
Yeah.
And then the following years, I would like watch them get to like third or second place, and it was like a lot of emotions and stuff. Which is like I think that's the first time I've seen them that like stressed and pressured and stuff. But they handled it. I think we do pretty consistently now. So I tell them I'm like, there's no way that we can win. Like we can't win like every year. Like,
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
It's like, I mean, that's the whole thing.
You get to a point, and I think it's
You're coming in with
Yeah.
an idea to win. If you're the top team, that should be what you're going for.
yeah. And then I get to a point, and it's kind of like it's kind of just luck at some point too. Those like
Well,
basketball games.
Another thing, it's notwithstanding reality. I mean, so let's say, okay, I've got a group of 3 players.
Yeah.
It's their first time on varsity. It's like, okay, that's fine. They haven't played at the varsity level yet. No problem. But you're going to lay out. It's like, if it was OU football, you're going to lay out the expectation
Yeah.
that you're going to win the league, that you're going to go to a bowl game.
Exactly,
that you're gonna go try and win a national championship, this, that, and the other. So within that context, it's, I have to deal with this.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, whereas
Yeah.
I was just chilling at home, and the games were for fun, and we were keeping a record.
Yeah.
To what do you mean I have to win? Obviously you can't win every game, but switching that pressure on for a new player. Yeah, and you're talking about 9 freshmen psychologically are much different than a senior, or even an 8th or 7th.
100%.
You have the ability to pull a game like that. It's like,
Same in college too.
Yeah, and so you have players that go to college they didn't have for any number of reasons, and it happens. And I'm not pointing out any schools because throw a dart, but you get players that come up and they don't have that check down in their high school coaching career, and they walk in. It's a new expectation. It's totally different. The same thing as going from college club to college varsity. It's a different expectation. And it really is just coming down to managing the change. How do you manage the change? So, and I'll ask you that. How do you manage the change?
I will say like the year that we were doing like a national championship run. I think there was like 3 of us that were seniors, so we had like 4 years of experience on the Overwatch team and like the pressures and stuff. I don't know. None of us were like crazy high rank or anything, but like we knew how to be collected because I think my sophomore year of college when I play Overwatch and it would get like if it got intense, I literally like lost feeling in my fingers. It was crazy, but I had to get so clearly there was some anxiety there, but it like faded away by the senior year, and then I was like, you get comfortable in those like high stress situations. But yeah, those like it was like 3 seniors and then 2 freshmen, so it was like polar ends of the spectrum. But it was good. We helped them.
Glad you said something about that. I was with my wife last week. It was like, postpartum, your body needs to adjust back to before birth status. And we were talking a little bit about, just mental health and wellness.
Yeah.
And our chiropractor also has some knowledge in that area. Talked very specifically about anxiety. It causes physical issues. If a player is going tilt you go tilt enough, you're going to cause a physical problem for yourself.
Oh yeah, I didn't even include that in here. Well, like one thing I got like used to when that year, because we did a bunch of stuff. We're doing like the like state competition, and then like we're doing a whole season like NECC. I noticed like that my like teammates would like tilt in their own unique ways. I thought that was very interesting. Like if there was somebody that was very high ranked and like they were more like base like comfortable, I noticed that their way of tilting was like trying to exert like too much control, and it would like suffocate the way like the other players played. And then there was like people that like, I don't know, they were newer, they would like throw it away. There's like people that joke, there's people that like will stop talking and like kind of shut down and like try to play better, but even though that like never works, because if you just like get inside yourself, then you're not going to do better. But that was an interesting thing. I had like I have a whole thing on that, but that was like, it was like helpful for me as a captain that like my senior year to like figure that out, so I could like spot when I saw somebody doing that in a different way. So like, but we had like, I feel like we had like different like emotional roles and stuff too. Like I feel like I was like, I don't know, I was usually the one like bringing the pressure and stuff. But then like I had like my other friend who I don't think he ever communicated anything, but he also just like played like consistently enough that he didn't need to. So he was like dependable in his gameplay and stuff. And then we had like somebody who was like super nice all the time. It helped. It was like good to have like a diverse like voices and stuff and the communication and things. But yeah. Okay. So that's it. That's like what I got. Hope it was like insightful in some way.
No, it is. Well, you know, since you're there, it gives me an opportunity to ask some other questions. So
Sure.
I asked this at ECU earlier. What programs do you do to help people think about from a mental health perspective? You know, what they're doing has a purpose. Like what careers this could be focusing on for them. Other things being like what kind of typecasting you do to make sure that your players understand. Like,
If you want, we can sit down and turn the mic off.
Okay.
You don't have to keep
Probably helpful.
standing there.
what